Today is fine day in California. Huh? Choose.
さて、一丁決めてくるか。
Alright, folks, music. Happy Friday, folks. We got more Europa Universalis. Bet nobody saw that coming. Checksum 1514, another patch released today, or an update to the beta patch. And I had some confusion. It was a Tinto talk I was looking at that was describing the things they wanted to patch before their break. That mentioned certain changes that I thought was in the previous patch. So from now on, if you have a colony, and you and your colony are both trying to populate an adjacent area, and because your colony has the same primary culture as you, every time you fill up a place it flips to them. Now, no longer does that actually penalize you 20 whole fucking prestige for your guys being successful. Come on up, Onyx. How the system is supposed to work is that if you and an enemy nation, let's just say somebody else, if you and somebody else are colonizing the same place, and they end up with more French or Portuguese and Neapolitans, and so at the end of the day becomes a French or Portuguese colony, of course, you lose a prestige because all your hard work just went to them. But if it's your own colony, you want your own colony to succeed. Chances are you're building things up in that area because you want to feed your colony. Or make a new one, but either way, as long as the money's going to you. So as of this update to the patch, you shouldn't be penalized for winning in that area anymore. Right, Onyx? Onyx, you had your lunch, I know, because I gave you your lunch an hour before stream. Now, yesterday was pretty rough. We did kick out... We kicked the Pope out of Italy, and now only a tiny bit of France is the final bit there, and then bits and pieces of northern Italy. I would like to take Venice away from Hungary, since that is a market area that still has sway in my northeastern lands. The fuckers got to it first. And we do have nice Pacific exploration, ownership of Australia, and some good access to the Spice Islands that nobody else has access to right now. We're much stronger than Majapahit. Tributary of, I'm guessing is what those icons are, the gold icons. And I don't see any allies. So, we could try developing an Indonesian colony to get access to cloves, to incense, more cloves, cloves and cloves and cloves and cloves and cloves, especially here. More cloves, pearls. They gotta have more than cloves though, right? We see lots of clove areas. Hold on. I feel a sneeze coming on. And there it goes. But hopefully, we don't get visited by the ghost of Comcast Past. Yesterday was rough with how many disconnects I was getting. Tons and tons and tons of cloves. Cloves all over the place. But my guys want incense too. They want tea. They want pepper also. So, Sri Lanka could be our pepper farm. They got lots and lots of pepper. And it could be a jumping off point for further attacks out here. San Pietro and Tuscia, almost integrating, crackdown on clergies. Catalans and Orthodox progressing well. Turkish Patriots at 95% now. Lutheran Zealots of 152,000 people. 152,000 is more than I want to fight. And Francian Patriots do mean getting involved with France. Again, I can understand having... Where is it? Cultures by location. Having some French people up on the border with France. How did they get all the way down here? How did they get to Greece? French Greece, what a world. 3 spies, diplomats. 3 diplomats right now. Steel. Maps. It turns out that the British have heavily colonized Canada itself. Great Lakes would be a sea zone. Don't care too much right now about that. Abitibi Uplands. Keewatin. Let's try to get more westward view. I'm kind of scared by how quickly they're spreading down this way. For the longest time, Gaspé was the only colony here. And I thought, wow, nobody else is coloring up in Canada. Except, here came the English. Going up from the northernmost part, northern-easternmost part. Basically hopping off of Greenland there. And then carving on down the Hudson. I should get more spies going. Majapahit, we had spies on before. Oh, they got tea in Japan. Let's get a spy network on Great Wu. Great Wu's counter-espionage gives me a plus 15.8. My cultural influence being so much stronger than our tradition, they're happy to take my diplomats. 32.89. Now, where did music go? Music is missing again. The game has just started. We had music on. It wants to be very dynamically quiet. Reformation situation, got Lutherans everywhere. Some places full-on Lutheran. And requirements. Council of Trent came and went. War of Religions has appeared and has not ended. So, either the War of Religions needs to end, or the year has to reach 1700, and then the Reformation will end. We have 102 years to go. War of Religions? According to the subreddit, War of Religions is even more impotent than the Council of Trent and the Western Schism. So I'm guessing we're waiting till the 1700s. Army Fort, Navy Maintenance, all on 0. Taxes doing alright. And the last Senato was 2 years ago. We gotta wait another couple. Oh, we got a new ruler trait now. We got Expansionist. Monthly colonial migration plus 20%. And plus 10 points towards belligerent. Our ruler is personally invested in the claiming and settlement of new lands. Dedicated to ensuring colonial expansion remains a top priority for our state. Well, Luigi... Okay, that actually shows which army he's commanding. That's kind of cool. I'm pretty sure that's new. Little Ladislao, 9 years old, and he's 25, 28, 23. Little Carlo, 5 years old, and he's 32, 19, 13. And little Katerina. Little bundled egg. How's my sis doing? Edvige is alright. Her kid's got intelligent. How old is he? 4 years old? Let's give him an expensive education too. With luck, maybe he will grow up to be a good cabinet member or something. Then Carlo and Katerina. Endlessly popular names. Some pretty low control along the side of the mountains there. What if we spent some money on roads heading up this way? We could do roads to Genoa. Let's do roads to Genoa and then roads to Piacenza. Just keep them connected to the network. Can't afford 800. What are putting all throughout universities? I should put some bowl smelting for lead output. I should put some universities and what is it? Jesuit cottages in particular out here. Because noble literacy, I hear, helps out with control. So if I have more control out this way, that'll be less revolters out this way too. Marriage to Kukulchi. We got very open-minded Italy here. Everybody else in the forums are like, why do I have Native Americans in my cabinet? Why do I have Native American courtiers? My dudes, you colonized the Native Americas. You kinda brought this onto yourself. Me, I'm all for it. Would devote one cabinet member in particular to doing integrations. Chambéry in Savoy, Lucca, Vorarlberg, Lower Macedonia. Oh yeah, that little bit. We can't give it away to Naxos. Let's do Vorarlberg first. Let's do Chambéry. And then once everyone is properly integrated, okay, we're above 50 legitimacy again. Pop leave threshold minus 2.51. Another little boy! Oh my goodness, Luigi. Luigi gets it! A little Filippo. In his royal red and gold swaddling cloth. Katarina, my daughter, is getting a balanced education. We'll give her an expensive one too. Everyone's gonna get an expensive education at this rate. Already paved road here. Already paved road there. Then why do we have blue? Joining out the network. It's not modern roads yet, and modern roads are going to be replaced partway through. Or going to replace these ones partway through with better proximity bonuses. But I do want to get some of that orange out. We're down a guy, the strengthening government guy, who's got 63. Oh. We're running low on good marshaldom, people. Which also means we're short on good explorers. Well, Fabrizio. Tea, cloves, legumes, incense. Setting off to explore Lower California. 4 years, 4 years, and 2. Meow, 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 meow. Crimean Horde is getting gobbled up. Is that Georgia's doing? Hey, Toxicite. How are we? How is the ethical colonizing coming along? I was just talking about that. How in the subreddit, everybody hates that after colonizing the Americas, surprise, surprise, they get Native American courtiers. They're like, how did this happen? How do we get all these native courtiers? As if they didn't send their guys out to colonize these areas and make it part of their domain. How did that happen? Because we've actually got, now that nobles can marry on their own, if the number of married men in your country is low enough to permit more marriages. I just had a couple of guys pop marrying some Native American women. So we've got our guys open-minded enough that even if we've colonized overseas, they're happy to accept these heathenish overseas barbarians as their own people, bringing them into their family. A trend that began with Samidatta here, who one of my explorers found in Sri Lanka, married her in the local custom, and so everybody else saw that, like, damn, I want an overseas wife too now. What's the CB? Insulted us against Negroponte. Dare I turn their insult against them, go against Bulgaria, who's no match for us, but is allied to nobody. A little Neopatria there belongs to nobody either. Union with Kiev. It's tempting. Bulgaria's a kitchen, they always have been. But we did lose our alliance with Hungary, so we won't be fighting with them anymore. And Castile also broke their alliance. Minus 104.01. Man, everybody at this point who's worth allying is a likely target of a coalition. So's Castile. Why am I any special? We're also, apparently, very slightly stronger than Castile. That is quite the change. Bohemia has no allies. They stand alone. Bohemia alone. With 1 billion vassals. And with the exception of Overgiselle and Dauphin, they're all loyal to him. And so they'll all swarm up against his enemies. Clergy estate satisfaction? Yes, please, my poor clergy. Every time an Age of Reformation event comes up, it's, do you want to sacrifice your research speed, or do you want to piss off the clergy? And so the clergy who should be, well, now it's at 59. But they would have been in the 60s and 70s at an ordinary time. And now it's a struggle to keep them at 50. I could give strengthen rights of clergy. Curtailing makes them only slightly unhappy. But if that -5 is replaced by a +5, it's basically a +10. Humanist we've already maxed out. Tithe doesn't matter too much. And traditionalist versus innovative, right? Versus innovative doesn't matter because you're getting a +66 towards innovative. And are already current impact of 100. We're already 100 innovative. We're at maximum innovative, maximum humanist. and with plenty of plus decimals towards them. So if I were to get a 0.05 towards traditional to get effectively 10 extra happiness for the clergy, it wouldn't be a big difference. Friendly dog, follow it. At this point, these guys have followed so many dogs that they should just do it automatically. It's like dolphins, they know it's a good luck omen. Colony of Tidney. Okay, where's Tidney at? Because I kind of want to... When I get Eastern Australia fully explored, what I want to do is split these colonies in half, because there's no way that Kundal over here can have good control over the entire continent. So I'll let them have this half, and give this half to another colony. And so this falls within Kundal's reach. We'll let them join it. And that'll be the last to join Kundal. Conviction, get rid of him. Some guy I don't really care about anyway becomes Hussite. Oh well. Doesn't matter, the king himself is Hussite, as is the rest of his family. Doesn't stop the realm itself from being any less Catholic. Primary religion still Catholicism. Primary religion tolerance has finally got back into the positives. His dad, picking up the sinner trait, was great because that emboldened every rebel to the same faith. Thanks a lot, Carlo. Dads, am I right? Tolerance of heathens, just heretics. Look at the minus 2.15 now. Conversion rate 51%. Assimilation rate 70%. And yet, we still have so many heretics. Still have so many not Neapolitans. We've been semi-successful in trying to eradicate the Piedmontese as a Neapolitan, since we are the cultural hegemon. I think when the strengthened government guy finishes with getting legitimacy back up to a good sexy point, we'll swap him over to area assimilation again. Especially for the more French areas. I don't mind the Greeks so much, but they got some Francian populations here that keep wanting to pull us into an independence war with France backing them up. With France backing them up. That's the real danger. French in Malta, too. Nobody told me the Knights Hospitallers were French. Shaka Maxon is over by Roanoke then? Yeah, join Roanoke. France and Malta, that's from, as being the owner of the Sicilies and Malta, I was given an event at some point to sell Malta to the Knights Hospitaller. And so I did. Malta wasn't making me good money. They got cotton and that's it. And so if I can make a whole lot of money to give Malta to the Knights Hospitallers, why not? Easy cash. And then since they were joining in my war against Savoy, well, easy enough to take land back from an extremely one-location miner. I'm just thinking of it as their lease finally expiring and the land reverting back to us. But I guess the Knights Hospitaller must have been French themselves, so they became the majority population here. 100% Francian, aw man. I knew a Maltese guy way back in my Transformice days, who already had a relationship enough with Italy, you know? His own opinions on the Italians. I can't imagine he'd be all too happy to see that his homeland has become French. Insulted us is tempting. Why do I see a Bohemia flag there? First rebelled against Italy. I wasn't paying attention and something flipped over, didn't it? Turkish patriots in Byzantium. Okay, one. I had meant to flip that over to the Turkish patriots. But hold on. Okay, that's not Bohemia. They just had the same lion for the minor Beylik of Byzantium. And I was going to flip one of my crackdown on so-and-so to the Turks. But I guess I lost track of the time, and as expected, that does bring up the Ottomans to back them up. We do overpower them on land and sea, but I didn't want to bother with it! Okay. One thing at a time. This is close enough to Roanoke to join either. Join the one around Louisiana. And where are you then? Over here, we'll keep it as us for now. Until we get more colonial stuff out here. And then what else do we have? Exploring. Alaremo Ritchie thought a nice hill with a conical top. Slightly flattened over the he's found a burial mound. Hey, Wither, this is unacceptable. Oh, I think this is alright for you, Wither, because this means we get to express more violent doom onto the Turks. Violent doom onto people in general. I've been too kumbaya and peaceful with my overseas relations and my handling the common people. Now I get to enforce the full violent apparatus of the state upon those most oppressed. And it fits too, because Luigi here picked up the ruler trait in which he's invested in the settlement of new lands, colonial expansion, priority for the state. So if we gotta steamroll some people, a very good spot to establish a camp base and serve both as a vantage point for observation as well as an easily recognizable landmark. Alaramo Ritchie has brought to our attention that if we provide him with the resources necessary, he'll construct a more permanent structure there to serve as a watchtower. He claims the ability to clearly see faraway places from there would greatly improve his logistics. So this is where? Alright, if we build a watchtower, it's just a month's progress for a little bit of cash. If no need, it still gains progress. We'll maintain his progress. So, if I were to go back and remind myself, hey, don't forget about the Turkish Patriots, how far to be? June? I guess we could just roll with this. Ottomans only got 61 boats. And if we bring all of our guys over here, all of our boats over here, then they can't get their boats in and out to better coordinate. Well, most of the stuff would be over here anyway. You've been trying to do Steel, Soul, and Silk Song, getting way better at the game, but a few moments lapse of attention, you're toast. I mean, that's progress at least, so best of luck with that, Wither. It reminds me of my extra power days. Trying to do all those different challenges in 1cc's back in Star Resistance. A relatively simple game, but very action-y compared to my normal fare. So exact same situation. Getting some good practice in, getting some good knowledge, some good muscle memory, then whoop, there it goes on stage 3 and there's everything. Let's see, we do have all of our guys over here in Phrygius. This is also a decent opportunity to take some land away from the Ottomans. Byzantian, backed by the Ottomans, so Byzantian's the primary guy. All I would really need to do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Except... oh, would you look at that? Do they even have any land? I like how at the start of the war, the music began for like 2 seconds. And then, now that they did their little clip, the music is just dead again. A dynamic music jukebox that wants to be very dynamically silent. So the minor Beylik Byzantian doesn't even have any land. We're on the defensive. They didn't claim Constantinople and the surrounds as themselves. Which feels like how it goes for the Patriot factions. A few of them has popped up as like 4 guys sometimes. 4 guys, 13 guys. Didn't bother claiming the location for themselves, but they still have their big papa helping them out. Which means there's not even land that I will need to take away from them. I just need to stay on the defensive, keep Otto from invading over to my stuff. So, what I'm thinking, we kill 57 poorly thought out rebels, and then Ottoman's capital's right there in Bursa. Kick them out, squat on Bursa for a bit, take it with all of our cannons. Can't take land for the Ottomans, I don't have a large enough shovel. That's a possibility, especially the way that the game operates taking land in war. There's 2 barriers, really. One is the peace cost. The peace cost cannot exceed 100. So, you could have all the war score in the world, but you could only take as much until you hit 100, or until they'll say no. But the other roadblock is prosperity. Very prosperous lands have higher cost. And so it's very difficult to take huge swaths of land in this one, especially as the game goes on and each region becomes a bit more richer. 70, yeah, so that's 75 for that city alone. Ankara is 75 cost. So I could take Reserwilbit next door is only 3. Which is cool, but it does frustrate the subreddit because they want to make huge expansionist claims and they can't. Especially on most CBs, like give penalties to how much you could take and conquer. So, the minimum ideal. Bludgeon 57 well-meaning but misguided rebels, and then occupy Bursa, the capital of the Ottomans, that could be enough positive war score to, at the very least, end it. Take a peace. But I could try to take a peace, instead of just taking a peace. But I've already got a few other lands I have to integrate, and so many other rebels I gotta crack down on. Who's next on the list? Lutheran Patriots are coming up. 0.27 a month, they're at 95. I don't want to fight 151,000 Lutherans. Split between Greece and the Alps, basically. Okay, Catalan Patriots down to 80%. So let's swap you over to Lutherans. Rebel crackdown on those heathenist Lutheran zealots. 151,000 population support. The Francian Patriots only have 3,228. And as we learned, being a patriot rebellion, the country in charge of the Francian Patriots is France. Alright. Hey, the music is back. Got you guys coming over. We'll bring them to Constantinople first. Then where's my heavy ships? For these guys, let's take off the transport boats. Heavy ship number 1. Where's the other heavy fleet? 52 heavies, my galleons, my brigs. My galleons. I barely even have to buy transport boats anymore. Because every time I go to war with some enemy, they keep throwing transport boats at me and I keep stealing them. I could steal them, then I could upgrade them. I guess now let's raise some levies, and by some, I mean everybody. Except don't need you guys, you keep being happy. You guys are too small over here, plus you're too close to the opposition. Don't want you getting caught and giving me negative war score. Don't need these guys at Cape Verde to join, I'm not gonna pick them up anyway. Stay put. My Mozambique, Madagascar colonies really want to help out. They want to prove their worth to Papa. But they're too tiny to be abused. Relax, you guys. Focus on colonizing. Focus on colonizing. Do I not have any in gray, in dark? We have an exploration in process being constructed, don't we? Exploration for Eastern Australia. Need have 0. Oh. Who's got the one for Balau? Where's the ongoing construction for the Balau? Oh well. Alright, so Ottomans, you got 93,000 dudes, only 6,000 infantry, 1,000 cavalry, 1,000 artillery, gonna kick their ass. Boats, 22 heavies, 24 light ships, and 5 galleys. Let's actually spend money now. Navy maintenance. Army maintenance. Not losing money yet, but getting close. Now where are those Ottoman fleets? We got some over here. I saw them come by, they're gonna try to pick some guys up. And there they go. With, oh my goodness! They got 500 guys on those boats, 3 heavy ships protecting 11 transports. Yeah, bring them over too. Where could they be going? Maybe I shouldn't bother chasing them, unless they're going to land over here someplace. Because if they land on the mainland, we got all these guys to respond to them. They're trying to land over there. We could stop them. This is closer. It's mostly transports, but it is transports with cannons. Oh, we didn't beat them to it! 3,000. Now there's some more boats of theirs over here. Just in case, it's kinda too much morale for my liking, even though we do have the naval superiority. This country's going down the drain. The problem is you don't need such a huge drain and quite the sewage treatment facility downstream. When you say this country, Wither, mine, yours, or the fictional Italy? I know mine certainly is. Oh, the new epic rap battle of history? I haven't really heard anything of theirs since way back when I did it British. Because the British GF was very much into YouTube stuff. And so even though I didn't watch YouTube stuff, I would get linked to YouTube stuff all the time. Oh, we're beating him! Okay, now this guy can stay over here. Bolsh! Oh. For whatever reason, they have really quick takeovers, and I don't. Excuse me. At their best, they're really cool. At their, a lot of their stuff is a bit whatever. I find, you know, not to throw stones at glass houses, but I find that most YouTube content is kind of like that. Some great stuff when there's great stuff, but... Gulf of Cassandria? Alright. We'll catch him here then. Where are these guys headed? Play Sura. You know what? It's not enough to chase those guys around. We'll send our guys to Constantinople for the main stack. And our brand new boats here will pick up some other group to take on these 495 guys. Light ships and heavies going where? Laconicos Gulf? They'll probably try to intercept my guys over here. Sporades. Now you have capacity of 12,800. Red Baron versus the White Death. You mean the one Grim Reaper guy from Vampire Survivors? The one that appears and kills you instantly at 30 minutes. No. That's the Red Death. It's 30 minutes. If you kill the Red Death, then the White Death shows up, I remember. A Top Skull. Sure, join Roanoke. Oklafalaya is between two colonies. Kingdom of Norway has given us a map of Greenland. How very nice of them. Oh, would you look at that? The Norwegians trying to make peace with me by showing me some Norwegian colonies. Jarldom of Greenland. Seymour. My Finnish is super rusty. That's a Finnish guy, right? I know how to say Hopenuli and Kaksi Pasakato Lateve Duros Konesta, but then, as MP had to subject his ears to, when I was reading locations that Sweden took over, the rest of my Finnish pronunciation is torture. Oh, they do got ivory there, not too far away from home. Some ivory up here too, but very sparse. Okay, 29 boats can fit 12 people. Detached levies. This should all be levies. What the heck? I don't have any regulars here. There. 12 dudes. 12 dudes that are only worth 6,800. I could fit some more in. So what if I just detach more and more and more and more and more until they could fit in boats? Do it that way. Do it the backwards way. And then this group will be... So much going at once. Just because they took Balsh. Okay. I don't know where they got to. But we'll relieve Balsh first and then chase after that tiny stack. Conservatively considered to have killed somewhere north of 500 Russians with a sniper rifle in about 100 days. SMG kills not counted. Contested kills or multiple snipers shot at the same target were not counted. Still, even with asterisks like that, that is very productive for a soldier. Ottomans have lost, and yet they gained one of my transport boats. I might have won the battle, but they gained where it counted. Who do we have over here? Fresh stack of 32. 16 warships. 16 warships just hanging around. They gonna try to catch me? That looks like that could be their primary fleet. They've only got 38 boats total, 22 heavy ships. 22 heavy ships. And they got 16 right there, so that's most of them. That's most of their fleet I could pinch down right now. Sales of titles. Give it 5,700 to lose 15 estate satisfaction with the nobility. Or gain 5. The nobles are already disgruntled, but they got low progress. Ambro, hello. You finally found out how to disable earthquakes. Well, congratulations on that. Trade, I am still working on. According to the subreddit, there are people making like 20,000 a month on trade alone. And here I am making 56 when I'm at war, so I got a long way to go to master that particular skill. Going into the game files and deleting the earthquake event, that is a classic way to do it. I should have thought of that in the first place, since back when I would do Crusader Kings 2. I wouldn't cheat like that, but there was one occasion when I tried to do Iron Man. I know, very foolish of me. And modded, so I wasn't even gonna get achievements anyway. Where the game had gotten itself tangled up and basically forgot some errors. I had to go in, do some save editing, delete some stuff to get back on track. Export and build export. And even if you lose money on the trade, your buildings are profitable. And do that till you make money. I might have to hop along that train, because I do have $10,000 in the bank right now. So, I gotta spend it on something. I got plenty of RGOs and buildings going on in the homeland, but I've been neglecting building up market and trade buildings and the RGOs of my colonies. So, they have tons of tobacco and everything. They got tons of cocoa, tons of ivory in places. But I'm not supporting them, and so they're not building up as much as they could. Shops before they close. Enjoy the shopping, brother. Thanks for dropping in and sharing some stories. And best of luck with Silksong. Battle Chiana Bay. Gained 4... Oh, I see. I was about to question the math. I was like, what are you talking about, gained 4? 2 plus 3 is 5, and then, oh, minus 1. Gained 2 of their heavy ships, 3 of their light ships, but lost a galley. I'm running low on galleys now, too. Norway seems to be supporting you anyway. Well, this is actually the first we've had contact with Norway. We've, partially from distance, kept out of their hair, they kept out of ours. So I do appreciate the little gift of maps they've sent to me. Yeah, see, when they siege stuff down, it takes like 3 days tops. When I siege stuff down, it takes a couple of weeks. I'm just talking about, like, unfortified locations. They got some kind of magic advantage. Dubrovnik market is perma, you export more to it. I kind of miss that market. Before Hungary came down and wiped them out, I had a kind of back and forth war going with Dubrovnik in trying to claim the trade area in southeastern Italy and spreading all into them. But then Hungary came in, wiped them out, and then no more trade rival across the Adriatic. Ottoman Someone's losing again. For the time being, with everything else I'm trying to learn the game, I'm satisfied keeping it mostly automatic. Whoa! Where did they come from? Sneaking in 37,000 while my back is turned. It's all levies, it looks like. 37,000 infantry levies and 2 cavalry levies. See, this is okay, because I still got a lot of guys around here that have to be picked up. I got 46,000 right here. And they are sitting on a castle in the mountains. A fat stack of infantry levies, entirely levies, and a castle in the mountains. We get these guys in. Half's not enough. Split some more off. Come on. Oh, 12,000, right. Split some more then. Just bring in a small field trip over at a time. I gotta make sure these guys don't get hungry and abandon their siege to come on down south. Let's keep them here for now. We'll build up strength in Bolsh. And then we shall relieve the mountain at Elbasan. Considered hostile coast here. So let's sit down with the Spiratis. They tend to come out this way around anyway. Lost 2,800, gained 1,700. If only it was actual gain, but they're just prisoners. Infantry power. Tragically, this does mean I get a general trait. And with a general trait, that means my navy value shrinks a bit. Because ruler is a general, ruler has a general trait. I should have kept him on a boat. And that's why, every time I have the chance to artificially boost my naval even further, I take it. Because on the off chance that I do get some land gain, I want to keep above 50 naval. So I want to give as much of a boost that direction as I can. All of your buildings profitable. Very sexy, Ambro. With the export, it also supports all the buildings that are required to build it. It took me a bit early on to figure out that I could just build a bunch of stuff, and even if I don't need it, that it's at least helping out the production buildings that require it. If I build a building that might not be making money, it's at least bringing in a demand for resources. But right now I'm kind of satisfied, just being hands-off for the time being. I got $10,000 in the bank, so I don't have to worry too much about my income just yet. Plus 7%. We still can't white peace out. Oh yeah, mercantilism was pure benefit for the Europeans. Send guys out all over the world, get some goods and profits to send back home. They anticipated my plan. Oh, but it's only levies! And they're going next door to Badirma? My brother-in-law is Turkish. And so, if he heard me reading out these names as I'm mispronouncing them. He would weep as much as MP did when I read out Finnish names. It's only 19,000 levies against 35,000 regulars. That's my ships. Against 35,000 regulars. We're gonna slaughter them. They're gonna sit on Bursa. They're on the move. They actually have left their mountain assault. Have a big enough army to instantly eliminate... A big enough army to instantly eliminate their army. That is my first time seeing that. We got a much better commander, we have a stronger army, better quality, terrains to our benefit. Balsh's Hills? Balsh's Hills. Battle of Balsh. Wait. They said no! They didn't send... That's why I was confused. Because I only had 17,000 guys here. They sent a very small group out to try to take us on. The Battle of the Balsh continues. $30,000. We could very likely take them on as it is. 30k. Where did those regulars come from? I thought all my regulars were here. Must have split them up at some point by accident, maybe? Okay, 2 more trips. Final one. We'll call this overkill. And there they go splitting up. I think I know what they want to do. They want to take this guy on. And there they go, coming back over. Tiwi. Yeah, Tiwi can join them. Naxos has asked us for gold. Oh, I don't know, man. 23.85 money. 23.85 money. I'm kind of glad that they balanced the ask for money favor thing. It used to be a flat sum based on, was it your tax rate? And so you could straight up demolish people's incomes. Do I think it's better to do most profitable or infrastructure and then most profitable in the employment law? I have it set for most profitable. So that the things that make money will fill up first, and especially with the risk of a building might be unprofitable, that the things that make money will make money faster, and then they could fill up infrastructure. Alright, I'll pay 23.85. Oh man. 3,400 versus 50,000 in Mountain's Eye control? I'm afraid, suddenly. I didn't check their balance. Okay. It does have most everybody in the right flank. Damn it! I should have learned by now. Every time we're gonna do a big battle, you need to look at your balance of units. But but they got the same thing going. 20,000 on their left. I'm not gonna look at it. I'm not gonna look at it. And where do these guys sneak in from? And then they head right back. Alright. Alright, we could keep doing this all day. Completely erase them. Does Ottomans have any army anymore? They got 34 boats still. They still have most of their regular infantry, most of their levy, which is probably over. No, that's only 28,000 right now. Despite my horrendous balance, it's 3 against 1. We've broken all their flanks. Six 36-29. There. At least have it be somewhat equal. And now we'll go sit on their capital. Monasteries of Reformation, great. Build a Jesuit college. See, this is great because it gives me an instant 15% clergy satisfaction. Clergy back up to normal. Let me check my bitrate real quick after yesterday. Damn. Somehow lost 4,000, almost 600 frames along the way. At least it's stable. Alright, so let me take a look at my other revolts. Integration of Chambray is almost done. Francian Patriots rising up again. Southern Bavarian Patriots. Southern Bavarian. So they're probably going to be backed by one of these little guys around here. Which is great, because depending on who backs them, we could just take more of it away. Southern Bavarians I don't care too much about. If they fire, they fire. Catalan Patriots, I'm worried. Because Aragon is gone. And Catalan is mostly in areas under the control of Castile or France. So, are the Catalans going to be supported by Castile, or are they going to be supported by France? Either one is not a very happy prospect for me. But they're only at 0.21 a month. They're alright. Everything else is 70 and below. And once again, the game is claiming the ruler is not a commander during war. What do they call this? What do they call this? The game can be very silly about that sometimes. which is great because it just sinks my legitimacy. What if I split the army in half and then rejoin the army? It doesn't fix it. What if I change which army I'm leading? Nope. Still minus 0.5. What if I change my appointed army to the 26th army? Maybe the trouble is that this army's got prisoners attached to it. If I detach the prisoners and only lead this one, it's still not counting it. What if I lead a fleet? Still not counting. It's so weird, man! Not a commander during war just chooses to bug out every once in a while. It just wants to periodically forget. Gonna fit into here when? April 11th, so 4 days. There. In praise of scribes, the craft of transcribing text is a difficult and usually thankless task. However, the Scriptorium Palazzolo still exists, has received praise from an abbot who lauds the scribes with the following praise. The dedicated scribe, the object of our treatise, will never fail to praise God, give pleasure to angels, strengthen the just, convert sinners, commend the humble, confirm the good, confound the proud, and rebuke the stubborn. An excellent example of our devotion gained 10 religious influence and 5 points of spiritualist. How's my influence right now? 215. We could almost ask for a new cardinal seat. France keeps getting how many? 10 cardinals. I don't know how France is a religious influence factory, practically. Did they just get 10,000 scriptorium events like this? Scribes are doing well to deserve such praise. Excellent example of devotion. We'll get it a 95 humanist. It's okay. We'll get it back. Discovered agent? Oh. I wasn't paying attention to my spies. Oh well. Let's use our spies that we have with England. And steal some more maps from them. Indiana. Okay. There's a pause to how far they've gone, at least. And there goes my great woo spies. My great woo! His demise will gladden traders of all nationalities but ours. Because he was an extortioner. Sometimes merging armies reminds the game that yes, you do have your general, your ruler as a general. Eruption of Huayna Putina in February 1600. Hey, it is 1600. The Peruvian volcano known as Huayna Putina erupted in a massive explosion. The effects of the eruption were felt all across the world, where famine killed millions and trade of grain and wine collapsed. Is this gonna be our Little Ice Age event? I've heard rumors of Little Ice Age. 2 years? Probably not then. Minus 25% food production for 2 years. We'll get over it. And here they're coming again. They think 2 split groups will be enough to fool me. Where they're going? Konitsa? They have the defensive land, they got there first. I should probably put a castle over there. This is going on for way too long. Oh. My balance is shit. Wait, that's their balance. We're okay, never mind. They're fine. Their balance is shit. That was still close, though. That was still way too close. Look at that. 3,000 of theirs killed, 9,000 of ours. If we stay right here in this spot, then we shall keep the defensive ground. That's all levies? That's all levies. We were nearly destroyed by all levies. Oh, merchant didn't help either. I keep thinking it would. Levies and a bunch of cannon will stay. We'll just send all the cannon. It's all levies anyway. Lingura. Okay, well, Lingura is going to go to the new place. Keep it as part of Italy for now. And then when these finish, we'll feed it to the new colonial subject. I don't like how low morale's getting. We got good balance, just really shit morale somehow. Ooh, minus 26% right now, though. So, we could take stuff from the Ottomans right now. Francian Patriots rising up. What would I want to take? I like the idea of taking Crete, but I'd have to integrate it first. You could also take more of this area. Dardanelles, Edirne, Evros, Lower Macedonia. Coconut in my hot chocolate. -9. So if I want to take all of Crete, have to fight for a bit more. And it'll also be one more area they could invade into. But sea control is alright. Let's try to get it. Keep an eye on those Francians. How much more ruler commander during war can we get than the ruler in command of the army of regulars sieging down their capital? Okay, the balance is still good. We'll go over, then we'll pause. Keep sure that our morale is at top. Because you lose some for marching, especially over rough terrain. Also, not so time. So do with the furniture. Oh man. I learned my lesson with furniture before. Furniture was one that I had a really rough time with early on in the game. Market expansion, naval infrastructure. Gives more development everywhere. More development everywhere. And progress towards naval. Stability I'm okay on for now. Support state. Integration process. And also, because the burghers have the most power after me, I'm down at 37.9%, I've lost 3. It'd be easier to get a law change if we go with this. 52% already. We could support outward, conciliatory, change policy, to enact a balanced court. I don't see myself. Because the clergy is parked on change policy, I don't want to do that. So I can get 16 through conciliatory movement. And then not much else, because nobles only get 4. Commoners also want a change of policy. The commoners want me to subjugate the natives. And here I thought I was developing such an open-minded, accepting Italy. And now the vast majority of Italians want to subjugate... The vast majority of Italians are Redditors. They're the ones upset that I have courtiers marrying into Native American courtiers. Well, they're just going to have to accept my progress. I just realized their progress is going so much faster. Because my fort defense, my fort investment is minimal. There's a whole lot of guys there, but they're ticking faster because my fort maintenance is minimum. Okay, round 2. Leave all the levies, all the cannon. $36-12-0. No. If I balance the unit, it likes to do the minimum amount for frontage and everybody else in reserves. There. Defensive pikemen down the middle. And some more horses along the flank. With some infantry on the flanks too for more defense. 7 guys, 35 guys, 67 guys. I've also got to replenish my dudes. Too big for that boat. Alright. It's only 9,000 guys. And they're all infantry. They're all levies, I mean. So let's cut them out. And there's more goons coming this way. Economic power of Langyan supports the Senato. Wapocomo supports Roanoke. Okay, so we've been kicking their army's asses. We got occupations going on them, sieges going on them. Minus 77. I think it assumes, because there's a fight going on here, that they had the positive war score enough to win. Oh man, we are losing frontage way too easily. 4,000 to kill 6,000. We're being brutalized here. Okay, how about now that the fight's done? Now it's 5. Could I make the Ottomans pay war reparations? I can, with a little bit more. Let's finish taking their capital. Lost one explorer. Explorer for Balao has died. Alright, somebody else with sharp martial. No one else is good. Pelagios de Savoy, go meet the family. Alright, new cabinet action 2. Well, that's done, that's been done. 75, let's do assimilate area. There's lots of areas that are not properly Neapolitan yet. Languedoc. Savoy and Dauphine province. Let's go to those areas that don't have a lot of integrated peoples. These southern Bavarians and everybody. %. 20,000 against nothing but infantry. There's 20,000 guys, but they're also at very low strength right now. Let's break off some of these levies. (26, 14, 18). Filter. Where's a filter? There's a filter by flank. Is it there? There. Put a bit more balance to it. Why are these guys is so hard? They got no commander, that's why. That would explain their heavy losses. Pro Divini. For antagonism. Vote against, giving everyone else an easier time. Easy music. What's this? White Peace Eminent. 0 days. And Ottomans just keep on losing. And we just keep stealing so many boats. I'm not kidding. I don't even have to build up any transport ships myself now. There's 16 transport ships. Another 9? Cogs! They still have cogs! They're still running the cog meta. Those poor devils? Are they that desperate to lose? They have 1 heavy ship, 1 transport. The boy king, Simsir El Murza. Is he upset at this war that his father dragged the country into? And this is his way of rebelling. They got lots of army still. Lots of infantry, lots of levy infantry especially. And so little of everything else. Siege of Bursa and we've stolen some decent art. A critic songs. A masterpiece. Oh. Was destroyed. The masterpiece of critic songs were destroyed. Orb of Ishmael, masterpiece destroyed. Parasalter, renowned destroyed. We got the Jewels of Semdinli, a masterpiece regalia, the breathtaking princess, the derivative wave, the unimaginative monolith, the splendid storm, the history, Paleologoai. This is an order of most renowned to least, isn't it? Locally known, masterpiece, aesthetic Suan, anthracite bird, anthracite zaytun, titan, or Tathi, Taudlin. So, now that we've taken their capital too, 45% war score, 19. So, they're paying war reparations to me. Should I humiliate them too? Revoke cores is 1. Abandon piracy. Anti-piracy laws 22. Ottomans become a vassal? Plus 1,196. Impossible. Humiliate the Ottomans for 22. I don't gotta humiliate them, I'll just take their lunch money. 1,757. Of course they'll accept. Alright. Let's spend a whole lot of money replenishing my guys then. First, let's disband all levies. See, it said I had regulars there, but they were just levies. I'm assuming a higher tier type. Bring our war fleet home. Oh yeah, we picked up Crete too. Crete now being ours. Does Naxos want to hold on to it for me? We can give Crete to Naxos for now. I think we'll just hold on to it. Sugar, iron, tin. They had no investment in their tin here. What neglect. course, I'm one to talk. Okay, clergy insurgents down to 74. It's only 1,000 clergy now. And we will claim one location. But let's swap on over. Not converting. Swap on over. Crack down on the Francians. I don't want to fight France right now. I'm gonna be little baby boy. And keep the French at bay for the time being. Let's bring these guys home and spend a whole lot of cash. $13,000. 13,1300 money. I could just boost out my stability and cost of court. Just write it. But for now, let's see. Should I celebrate this victory with the BRB? How long do I have until the Palau exploration finishes? Was it still building? Still building the exploration? Preparing. 223 days. Don't tell me it's stalled. Eastern Australia is currently stalled. For lack of material. Okay, that one is being built. It's almost finished. They got .2 for naval supplies. Its naval supplies are short on right now. They're right on the edge of the Iparuka market. Right between Iparuka and Mandura. I could cancel it out and build it elsewhere. Fishing village also stalled. Lack of masonry. Ah well. They're slowly building it up. But let's see what time is it. 1:50? Okay. Let me get myself a quick little BRB. And we'll get back into this. And maybe what I'll do. First we got 13,000 money to spend. But also, I should get my hands on some more spices if I want my people to be less rebellious. So, I could see about being more aggressive in Southeast Asia. King Luigi right now has picked up a ruler trait where he wants to be more expansionist. I might be playing as some neutral spirit of the nation, but it fits if the expansionist Luigi tries to take some land for himself to get more cloves, get more tea, get more incense. So we'll see. For now, I'm going to BRB. Alright, got my hot cocoa part 2. That's enough BRB soup I've been munching on. How about... How about I get back into the game? I want to figure out how to burn a hole in my pocket. Toasty, what you doing? Little kitty cat must be bored because he's climbing over my shelving to bat stuff on the wall. You want to come over here, Toasty? Come here. You can't go that way, you're too heavy for that shelf, Toasty. Toasty? You can feel how unsteady your feet are, don't you? Come here. Come here. Come over here. You can do it. It's not far away, Toasty. That's a pencil, Toasty. You can't eat pencils. Come on. Come on. Just where do you think you're going, Toasty? Which way are you gonna go? Hey, Hordian, how's it going? Well, in an absence of places to go, Toasty chose to go down instead of up. Ooh, chilly. Hordian, I'm sorry to give you the bad news. I tried to prevent it from happening, but the French have taken quite a big chunk out of Brazil. The good news is there's a whole lot more Italian now. Tonic gin and lime to make a drink. And you're at work still. That is some work environment. My jobs never let me drink. Foreign mining techniques, more gem output. Remote work contractor, you lucky, lucky devil. So if I put these two fleets together, 15 transport capacity, 12. 27.8 transport capacity between them. Fine harvest, excellent trades and entrepreneurs. 7 stability is usually a pretty nice option. But 6,000 extra money? Or 5 research progress? Toasty, what have I told you about paws on the keyboard, Toasty? Get your paw off the keyboard, baby. Come on, little guy. You used to be so good about this, Toasty. You were very good about not stepping on the keyboard, and now you don't care. Now you just step all over it, little guy. What happened? What happened, little Toasty? With your sweet little eyes. Look at the sky. How much of the world did I pay with my crayons? The Hordian. I've been saving up those crayons. Felt hat. Beaver fur is an excellent material for hat making. Keeps warmth and can hold its shape well even in rough weather and over long times. Rising demand for felt hats, along with the complicated process involved in making them, has led to growth of a healthy hat-making sector in our economy. Cool. Felt hats for 20 years. Okay. Because when he would first ask Hordian, this is a very slow to start game. And so we weren't able to use our crayons all that much. But now, we've got all of Italy, a little bit of France, a little bit of Tunis, a little bit of Greece, we got Constantinople. And now we've got some pretty decent ivory colonies in Africa. Pretty large chunk of South America. Colonies in Caribbean, Central America, a few colonies in North America. Although the English beat us to bigger swaths of Canada. So they dominate around the Hudson. And we're uncontested masters of Australia. I even ran out of Neapolitan blue crayon and had to switch over to Italian olive green crayons. Historically, I want to focus on Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. As far as Brazil's concerned, sadly, the French and Portuguese got to Brazil first. So, my main point of contention with Brazil was to box them in. But a little bit the resources, because they managed to steal some pretty good stockpiles of gold. But I got some other Brazilian gold that they didn't get. Surprisingly, I am not seeing all that much sugar, though. But I guess the potential to make sugar isn't too limited. A whole lot of fruits, lumber, wild game, fish and legumes is more of what we're getting out of here. At least as far as the primary raw resource in every location goes. And some Japanese for good measure. I don't think the Europeans even know about Japan yet. Because the furthest eastward a European nation has gotten was French on Madagascar. And the furthest west they've gotten is some French in Panama. And so there hasn't been very much European activity apart from me in the Pacific. So, I think I might very well end up completely monopolizing Europeans' interest in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. Your inner mind? Well, yesterday my internet was really bonkers, so let me give it a check. At this point in time, we have lost 6,905 frames over the course of the stream. But it's currently stable, so it's probably not me right now. Probably. Normally I would go for the stability with this event, but 6,000 bucks is 6,000 bucks, and 5 research progress does speed it up more. This will finish next year, next April. I think I'm okay with research speed, especially with my literacy as high as it is, and the clergy back up to 66, 64% satisfaction. So clergy helps with research, literacy helps with research. I'm just going to take the cash. Xylo Castro changes stance of the debate. Okay. We still got 52% with 27 days to go. And then there goes all my monies, because my boats are at home to replenish, my armies are at home to replenish. 20,000 money to spend. Let's spend some of it on our overseas RGOs. Access to more chili. Access to more tobacco. Coco's maxed out. They've done good to put some investment onto these themselves. They already knew to max out their cash crops. I'm so proud of these guys. Their gold nearly maxed. What else are we short on? Legumes too, apparently. And my legumes are maxed out. Okay, legumes are no longer as needed in the Napoli market. Sturdy grains, wild game, incense are at 0-0. Tobacco's a small need. Cocoa and chili, 1 point something. Cloves, tea, and lacquerware. So I'm gonna have to get some Southeast Asian and East Asian goods. I'm thinking what I'll do is probably take somebody over here. Maharaja Hoysala looks like they expand further up into here. Jaffna will be pretty easy. They got 9,000 guys and 9 boats. The most modern boat they have is Caravel, Carrack, and Mediterranean Galley. Isn't it great when the game uses basically one standard for everybody? Mediterranean galleys, caravels, carracks, and flutes for the Sri Lankan Navy. 183 boats. 54 heavy ships, 52 light ships. It might behoove me to make an overseas invasion fleet. Keep these boats for my at-home needs. And then build some more for taking stuff over. Because I'm going to need to. Why is music being so quiet? I could barely hear it. Fucking dynamism. Just gonna play the soundtrack on YouTube. If the dynamic music player wants to be more lethargic than I am. Across all my markets. What's got some good value? Naval supply workshops? Except not really. 0.4, 0.3. Built some in Pisa, Cagliari, Sarzana, Tunis. A lot of these are going to get better tiers that I haven't unlocked yet in tech. Let's build some printer shop, because a printer shop is a tier 2. And the printer shop is actual money. And lots of things do demand books. We're going to be Book Empire. %44% production efficiency. Maybe even double up on them. given between expected profit per level, production efficiency in these locations. Then what about embassies could put down, lifts fog of war in a location, diplomatic capacity goes up a little bit, I could also try to advance some locations to towns and then eventually cities. $414. But then do I wanna? I've got a few cities and towns around here already. I could upgrade existing towns to cities. 1,000 to found city. Requirements not met. Total population greater or equal than 30,000. Okay. So it can't be done yet. How about here? Already a city. Already a city. They got their little pentagram. Well, I got holes burning in my pocket. What do I do? This place? Oh, they're finally doing their exploration preparation. Just took a little bit of a while. If I'm gonna, I can make a whole lot of heavy ships. And that'll probably give us naval hegemon. We currently have 85. I need double the amount. But if I'm gonna be doing war in South and Southeast Asia to take over some tea, some cloves, some lacquerware, it does behoove me to have a whole bunch of boats. But it also means I'm going to need a whole lot more sailors and everything. But I should. I should anyway. And army? Keep an army at home? And develop more army for elsewhere? 151,000 regulars. I'm going to want to build towards it eventually, but I want a stronger economy before I get there. Currently losing money, just replenishing my guys. I'm falling behind on the subreddit. Redditors have a stronger economy than I do. How about RGOs first? Just sort by all the RGOs, by total profit per level. Maxed out, maxed out, maxed out. All the profitable ones already are maxed out. But of course they would be. Maxed out on wines in Napoli. $9,000 money. I've spent half of my 20,000. And then what else? I'm also getting 0.55 diplomats a month. Let's get more maps on France again, by which I mean more spies on France again. And then who else to spy on? Hoysala? Get more maps in India? We haven't discovered their capital yet. Okay. Jaffna then. Jaffna might know what's around themselves. Subject of Hoysala, spy on them instead. Ah! Palambang! I'm sure they know what's around themselves too. And then how about I build a whole bunch of... How about Jesuit colleges? Because that'll give me max literacy for nobles. On top of more cultural influence, conversion speed, monthly literacy. More monthly literacy everywhere. It really doesn't want to click sometimes. $2,000. And what about over here? I could keep neglecting it. Maybe some roads out here the next time I get a lot of money. And there's a whole lot of development for Tunis, Napoli, Genoa, Constantinople, Pisa, and so on, so on, so on. And more points towards naval. Who's missing stuff? Napoli market missing paper again. Paper again. Okay. That'd be under... Paper workshop is a level 2, yeah? Paper workshop level 2. Endless demand for paper. I can make 45 paper workshops here. And now comes a phase where we sit and wait for the buildings to finish. 1.13 for High Alemannic. There's 16,000 guys. It'd be nice if it said who had their backing. Or who was backing them. Because these Patriot factions always got... somebody who's helping them out. The Francian Patriots backed by France, the Turkish Patriots backed by the Ottomans. So who would it be for High Alemannic? Somebody around here, I'm sure. Waldstadt is High Alemannic. Basel is Franc Comtois. High Alemannic is also Feldkirch. Hegau. Salzburg is not, they're Danube Bavarian. As is Upper Bavaria. Bohemia, of course, is Czech. Swabia, Swabian. So... could be Waldstadt supporting him. Could be Feldkirch. Could be... no, not Salzburg. But whole integer a month. Lack of pop needs, minus 10.71. Okay, 76 is pretty far down. That slows it down to 0.55. In that case, I guess you're gonna be fighting the high Alemannics then. Slowing it down doesn't do too much. Southern Bavarians, Catalan. Southern Bavarian doesn't matter. We'll fight them. The only annoying thing about these guys up here is that it's gonna be in the mountains, in the winter, which will make it hard to run around and relieve stuff. We'll slow down the Catalan. And we'll just accept fighting Southern Bavarians or the High Alemannics. At least that'll be a fight where our cannons will reign supreme. $27,000 capacity. And 54,000 for this one? That'd be the goal, having them both as high as 54k. Our noble solo is 40 right now. Their taxes are alright. We have an equilibrium 51. Where'd that drop come from? American West Coast discovered? Then let's get some more exploration going before the English and the Canadians end up inching across this way. It's a proper race now. I don't care about too much stuff up here because the RGOs aren't that great anyway. Sort by land. How embarrassing would it be if it turns out the French beat us up here again, somehow? Upper California area. And who's gonna go? Who's got decent martial? Thawawanius seems to be our most capable American explorer, given the complete generation gap after the marriage rules were changed. And so a lot of our capable, high-skilled people died off, leaving no skilled scions behind. Only 9 chargers currently. We had like 24 going before. Easy map, careful there. Quit janking around. In that case, let's help these guys out some more, maybe. Charter here. Charter there to help you. These guys are spreading pretty well on their own. Could always help them out some more, but I have no cash. Dolphine keeps putting on Casus Belli on me. But they never actually bother to fight. I think what they're doing is they're waiting for Bohemia, that they're a fiefdom of, to pull the trigger and fight with me directly. Filippo Angio, little grandkid? No, my youngest son. My youngest kid is ready to grow up and get an education. How much for expensive? $269? Of course all my kids are getting expensive educations. What's the point of being king if I can't take care of my own? And he's shrewd. Better military and administrative ability during his education. Okay, Papal States have an island over here. Some colonies over there. And then where is the Pope's capital right now? Papal States? Oh, that's it! There's the Holy See, there's the Holy Father. City of Glexway. Is the capital of the Catholic Church. How's the Pope feel about... He hates me. For whatever reason, the Pope hates me. Papa, how come? What happened? I thought we were paisans. Chaplain what? Oh, that's why he's gone French. It's not a proper median Italian Catholic priest or Catholic Pope anymore. They got French on us. With France as their enemy. But despite it all, he never called me an enemy, despite how often I took his land away from him. Minus 578 from antagonism. Okay. Let's patch things up with the Pope. We can only improve their relation to a max of plus 110. But it also drops antagonism for as long as we're improving relationships. And Hungary, are you guys willing to be allies again? Minus 96. What if I offered his guarantee? It costs 0.31 diplomatic capacity. We gain 5 opinion of Hungary, they gain 10 opinion of us. Verdenberg is helping out the High Alemannic Patriots. Well, see, this time they actually formed their own country. They've taken the area around Chur as their own. Which means I have to unsiege all that myself again. Unlike with the Turkish Patriots, where they could have taken the area around Constantinople. But instead they just had like 40-some guys get drunk one night and pop up and somehow convince the Ottomans to help them out. January right now too, which is great. It's a normal winter, so we can't even get up there yet. Chur is their capital, we'll just march on over. Sit for a season and call it a day. I can't even move into my own areas because of the ongoing winter. There's room in the Naval Academy for a new instructor, and we have a Prime Minister? Since when? Has asked us to suggest a course of study for the sailors. Where should we direct their energy to the curriculum? Patriotic duty? Navy morale? And gain 816... Every time there's something to gain sailors. I only gain sailors at events if I'm already at or near max. Seamanship and maintenance. Naval damage taken. Or Navy morale. We'll do damage taken. Who's losing food? Montpellier market? Eh. Okay, more spies on England. Which map to steal next? Great Lakes we don't directly need, but it could give us range elsewhere. So let's do Great Lakes for now. They could potentially start spreading into Michigan. Some more charters around. Adjacency. That's a really narrow strip for spending money on it. Okay. So now basically just waiting for the mountains to thaw, then march on to Chur. Normal winter still. Normal winter still. A war that starts off being unable to do anything. Now you're having the gin and tonic, enjoy Hordian. I got myself some hot chocolate myself, so it's practically the same thing. Subject income higher, which means more scuddage income for me. Would you look at that? Now that the winter has gone mild, they've marched on down to me. Is it all their guys? That's all their guys, practically. Head on over, then up to Chur. Though they have more up there too. They're just nobodies, so let me just raise a few levies around here. Add some rum to that hot chocolate. We might still have rum. I don't think we used up the rum that we had yet. So I could The ability is there to desire. Not so much. I've already got some coconut, shredded coconut in my hot chocolate, and that's plenty of indulgence for me. You don't know what mixture the dude from the sushi bar made because his gin tonic was way more sour than yours? I cannot claim to be an expert with mixed drinks. Been to a few bars by now over the past couple of years. And even if I want something as basic as a Malibu and Coke, the exact mixture they use, ratio, or whatever, ends up with a different taste in different bars. Sours I find to be alright. Pretty basic drinks. Haven't had too many of them. Used to go to Applebee's a few times because a BF and his coworker like to go to Applebee's. It goes without saying that Applebee's mixed drinks naturally taste a bit different than everybody else's. But he's a fan of them. He's got some strawberry drink he likes at the Applebee's that he thinks tastes great. You put lime juice instead of lemon. That could be it. Lime and lemon are both a pretty good taste, but they are different. 13% war score going their way. I've destroyed their armies, but because I haven't sieged down their lands, and not even their capital yet, then it counts as them winning for now. You see, these cheats, they declare their independence when it's winter, and neither of us could fight the other. Southern Australia discovered now. Alright, what goodies have we got here? We got some gold up there, gold, lots of livestock. Gotta wait. They put their money into their forward maintenance, unlike me. So it'd be foolish to assault right now. This assault is risky. Not you will surely lose, but it is risky. There were folks on the... was it... Come on! France! France is being too overzealous in finding my spies. Was it the Scene Discussion Forum where they suggest that assaults with regulars are actually much better than just waiting for the assault, for the siege to finish? The loss of soldiers to the assault being cheaper than the attrition of a year or two of siege? So suggests the meta. October right now. We'll head over here then. Get going on this siege before the winter starts. Southern Bavaria Patriots are down to 95, or up to 95. And they're right next door, goody me, with 2 castles between them. So it's basically going to be the same situation. Are they willing to acquiesce now they've taken their capital? 16! Only plus 16 to white peace out. No. -7 to take everything. They have nothing more to lose. The country would disappear. Well, who has the smart idea of constantly trying to attack me? If these guys didn't want to be wiped out, then they shouldn't rebel. Okay, this counts as region of Rayata, and we are assimilating the region of Rayata. So all of our Germanic folk here are going to eventually turn into happy Neapolitans, and they'll never want to rebel again. +8. Now it's +8. Steal some lunch money, and then call it a day. %95 for Southern Bavarians. It's gotta be up around this area. And it's winter, so we can't move anyway. Coconut trying to go down to my lung. Spy network in Palembang. Let's try to get more. I know where cloves are. I'm gonna want to try to find tea. So let's try to get more India revealed too, maybe. Champa, Chapraya. Irrawaddy Delta. We got people here. Is this more Great Wu? Nah, it's a different purple than that purple. Rice, lumber, sand, lumber, pearls. So not too valuable for me. Good governance policy. This again, stability, legitimacy, or money. Okay, this time it's stability, legitimacy, or money, not stability, research, progress, and money. I'm gonna fucking get that money! Get me that money and then get me more paper mills. Am I still short paper? Nope. Wild game, livestock, wild game, sand, wheat. But clearly, paper is of a desperate need. So I'll build more where I can. All of my money turning into paper. Pro Divini, antagonism, gonna vote no as always. %95. Hungary is bullying Bulgaria right now. You sure you guys want to do alliance? We could help you out. -73. 10th Naxian Civil War. It really never ends. Well, we don't need our A team for this one. We just raise some levies here. Bop some nobles on the head. There, 11,000 guys. Ilio de Santa Cruz Islands. Nobles still unhappy. All of these things just pop in and out all the time. Just realized we're assimilating but not integrating. 70 is all right for legitimacy. That gives decent pop lead rebel threshold. Where'd music go? Video paused. Yes, I'm still watching. Also, what do you mean OBS reconnection successful? It disconnected? 245 disconnected, reconnecting. 246 reconnection successful. Oh. Network error, please try again, reload player. The important thing is the uptime's the same still. Thank you, disconnection protection. I don't know what it is about Europa Universalis 5, where my Windows alerts don't pop up. It's like the game is extra greedy with the screen more than other programs are. Gifted translator, course will fund the dictionary in Eastern Australia. No, click the armies, there you go. The armies have lost their guy. Simon Didol. And that's basically all their armies, but my vassal here doesn't have any actual boat of his own. I should just absorb them. What's the worst that happens? I go to war, then other people start sieging down these islands. Food production plus 10% across the board. Now that it's June, move these guys off those mountains. Go to Treviso. Maybe it is time to start annexing Naxos. Just so they could stop constantly drawing me into their noble revolt. They're at 200 opinion. I'd have to support their loyalists and then start annexing them. I got 0.41 diplomats a month. That's plenty. And then start the annexation process next month. And once the Civil War is done with, and done. Civil War, never heard of it. Actually, drop those levies first. Would take 5 years to annex it. Not a whole lot of time. Let's see what. Now disband. Cool. So, how much longer for Southern Bavaria? 98%, 98.81, and then every other rebel or insurgent or zealot or patriot is below 80. Okay, so let's return you to integration. Crete, we haven't integrated yet. Let's do Lower Macedonia too. We'll do Lucca. Get Lucca properly a part of us. England, give us more precious spies we can spread throughout the Americas before you. Laurentians, New Hampshire don't care about. Newfoundland I figure is already taken. Northern Ontario. What I'd like to do is fill in over here. Red River is up that way. Man, they've explored way far. But they haven't done too much inland here, so I should be doing that exploration myself. If I want to join to Michigan, Indiana before they do. Western Ontario? Oh, of course they got it! I should get Gaspard to somehow join Roanoke, but I don't think I can do it that way. I'm sure Roanoke has enough exploration going out this way too. I'd be very surprised if they don't. Waldstadt. What Waldstadt? Lorraine. Hungary is all the way up here. And that Waldstadt. Insignificant little Waldstadt. Holy Roman Emperor Leopold the Dubious von Habsburg. Oh, the King of Bohemia is once more the Holy Roman Emperor. Some days it feels like, with Bohemia practically being the HRE most days, it's tempting to want to join the Holy Roman Empire and then destroy them from the inside. There are reasons to accept. Plus 23, but then minus 150, minus 200, minus 300, minus 3,533. So, I feel like Bohemia would say no. If we did go against them, though, to take a bit of land away, take Novara back into our fold, take Dauphine, it'd be, on top of all of his little shits helping out, because he's got 5 billion vassals to swarm around, 60,000 infantry, 9,900 cavalry, 17,000 artillery, all regulars. But that's also why I've got these holdings in the Alp anyway. They're entirely for him to march in, sit in the mountains with my forts, and then butcher them with the combined defensive benefits to myself. Lower California discovered. Died exploring Geichak Basho. So who wants to explore? Albrecht de Saint-Ambrois, 71. 71 march to get it done faster. So what have we got over here? Sand, fish, sand, clay, fish, wild game, fish, salt, fish, and dye. Baja California, not the most lush. Now where's my Balau explorers? We'll finish 1617. Oh, 1617's way too long. Get the fuck out of there. Some place that isn't starving for materials then. Micronesia, Balau area. Poverty. Baladonia. How about from Bulugura? That's a different market area down. I do so wonder what the colors represent. Because it gives the same stats for all of them. We'll send Paolo di Parma. It won't give as much of a discount to the cost. But it'll be an alright discount for exploration preparation time and exploration monthly progress. 198 days. They've got tools, they've got naval supplies. They don't have as much liquor and cloth, though, in the Mandura market. 0 liquor. What if I chose someplace further afield with closer access to the liquor, the cloth, the naval supplies, and just have them take longer to get out there and explore? It doesn't need to be right next door, it not often is. Herald from the Duchy of Milan. Duchy of Milan is backing them? We can get Milan back into the fold then? Southern Bavarian patriots proclaimed a country, renouncing the war of independence against us. Good. Well, that is my stuff. They just created their own Milan right now, didn't they? Duke Adolf von Schwelig. 1st of November 1603, current ruler. Yeah, you just made up your own Milan is what happened. And their capital is right over there. Their undefended capital is right there. So we could just march on over to it. Siege down for a bit. Before winter sets in. And now we can't because it's a normal winter. Normal winter, normal... we gotta wait forever then! They get another cheaty head start because they declare their independence in the winter as the winter month begins. -2%. Yeah, right. Stalled. Mariana's area. Home is so close, but so far away right now. Come on, these places are close enough. I can only choose from among here. Forcing me to actually build up some infrastructure. Mandura market, does it have cloth or liquor? But it tells me right there. 0 naval supplies, market balance of 0. Cloth is a +0, liquor's a +15. Seduna market. I don't care about their surplus and their needs. Tell me about the stuff I need to actually do my expedition. They have a greater demand than supply of beer. They probably don't have as much liquor then. Minus 0.33 cloth. That's already a no. Naval supplies of 0. That's all their greatest needs right now, because that was the expedition preparation that I just cancelled on them. Okay, let's go back to Iparaka. And I'll just build stuff for them then. What are you guys short on? Naval supplies is the only thing they're missing right now. Okay. Naval supplies require lumber, fiber crops, tar, copper, tin. I'm sure they could manage. Our spies discover a good bureaucrat. Our diplomats are on the lookout to find good and competent workers for the good of the realm. Now one of our diplomats has found a truly gifted lowborn who can be employed in a department of our government. Admin for legitimacy, diplomacy for prestige, military for army and navy tradition. Give me that legitimacy. 82. For better pop leave rebels threshold and better crown power. Still only 39. And then we'll swap this guy over from strengthening government. $2,200 clergy want me dead. 76,000 Orthodox zealots want me dead. Let's do more integration. Vorarlberg first. It's only got the one place. Madawaska. Join Gaspé. Assimilation of right is already at 16%. Come on, it's March. It's still snowy in March. How long does it take for the glaciers and snow to clear away in the Alps? It's already April. State Bank. Minus 89. Different primary culture, government type, red wars minus 20. Base, number of subjects 75. And so they still count as a subject. For the too many subjects modifiers that everybody's going to be getting. Quit zooming over. Isn't that cute? He's sitting on a castle. We'll kick him out. And then unsiege the land he took from us, except we can't. Because it's blocked by mountains. Well, how do you get through then? He gets to magically walk through? It's too late, they're locked in. Should have waited for the morale to clear up first. Oh well. It's only small levies anyway. Oh man, they got one guy left. They're trying to siege it down over there with one guy. With no guy? Oh, the attrition killed him off! There, took my land back. A next revolter. A next is Revolter Milan. Okay. No more levies needed. And the rebels aren't looking too truculent yet. 1614. Is this Sonato time? 3 years ago? So 1 more year from now. Unit food consumption cheaper. Cool. So how do you menu? Just 5 more in. Once we get those, then I think I will take. Tradition decay. No, go away. Late Cavaliers. 10% of valid pops raises late Cavaliers. Which means there'll be this, instead of just generic feudal levy, that aren't good for anything. Market attraction, 10%. We don't have the Italian Gallius yet. We should get those. Get Italian Gallius. Which is a superior galley for this era. Monthly rebel growth, 0.05. Okay. Let's get more workshops and such. Market access, protection, burger trade capacity. Look at those tool workshops. Pottery and glass workshop. Distiller workshop. Just get all the upgraded forms. Tanning, cloth, and fine cloth workshop. Oh, we hadn't gotten pop promotion speed, train general, train admiral, upgrade to empire cost by network construction. That's already in queue en route to intelligence agency. What are the workshops we got? Cannon workshop. Shipyard is the next tier up for docks. Harbor capacity, 64 sailors. Naval Barrio to Given. Also Naval Attrition Extra. Maritime Presence. Bastion for higher castle types. There. We'll upgrade to all of the higher production building tiers. Eastern Australia finished. And what have we got? A lot of coal. A lot of livestock. A whole lot of coal. Some silver, some gold. Okay. But I think I know what to do then. We got some mountains here. But it's also lost at sea, so... What if I just focus? We got lumber, stone... Some iron up this ways about. And then Tasmania across for more lumber. Trying to think if I want the control to spread out. I guess this is alright. But you have lumber and stone up here. Empty cabinet slot, that's right. We finished. Let's see. They get integration going, assimilation going, 21%. Rebels? The Catalan Patriots are at 0.21 progress. We got people who are further down, but they are speeding up. We could expel more people, integrate some more. Crete and Lower Macedonia are the only ones left. So finish those two up, but there's gotta be one less task that our guys have to do. $1604, we got 4 more years. Pope still hates me. We got the antagonism down by a little bit. Caronicinio will be for Gaspe. They might have been slow coming into here. But they're gonna keep their foothold, damn it. Palembang. Try to find me some more juicy spices that I might want to steal from others when the time comes. Champa, perhaps? Chao Praya? Sturdy grains, legumes. They got some sugar. Let me take a look at my trades, because my people still have needs. Napoli Market. We're not going to be getting lacquerware or tea anytime soon off of trades, I don't think. For population needs is at 0. They changed the interface for this. There we go. Lower Pinda Ivory to Napoli. We're just about meeting demand. Cocoa. Incense we have from Scanderia. How about my other markets? We got people disgruntled there too. Cunny Honey. Missing fruit and everything else. Genoa Market, anything... Okay, Genoa's fully automated. And they're missing tea, sturdy grains, cocoa, cloves, tobacco, pearls. And... Cunny Honey. We'll turn those off. And because everything's fully automated, I can't help them out. I'm gonna just go through and give them full automation. Oh, they got 0.4 naval supplies now? 60-year-old guy marrying 22-year-old distant cousin. Opposing military schools. Attack is best for offensive. Change towards defensive or lose stability to get tradition. Defensive first. And the explorer for Bilal has once again died. That's the one thing they're best at. Ebardo di Trento, 171.90. Go do me proud. Oh, little Ladislao's almost an adult. When's his birthday? May! This year he becomes a man. Although something of a man, 53, 50, 47. Come on, son, you got a couple more months to build up stats. How's my rebels looking? 8180. May 20th. Get Kakbasho discovered, show it to me. Alright, what juicy materials have we got here? Cotton, salt, we got some chili. Got some tin. So still no tin I'm too concerned about. No tin I'm too concerned about. No tin. Great Plains. In the middle of the song, YouTube. Really? Really? Come on. Come on, YouTube. That's a good girl. Cascadia area, West Coast. Set Eberardo di Trento on 2 missions. We'll send Gerald di Argenta. I think what I'll do if I can is just put a whole bunch of hostile ports around here to give, like, naval attrition to any hostile coming through. Give them longer disembark time. I think that requires towns or cities, so I might have to raise some up. But I can't if there's no population for towns and such. I think towns should be alright. $53, Son, you have put your expensive education to waste. We'll go ahead, have you join a foreign order of chivalry with Hungary, maintain relations with them. And royal marriage with who? Castile? Our first cousin? Your first cousin, Joanna di Borgna? We could potentially inherit Castile. Get a personal union between Castile and Italy. I might have to change capitals if I do that. But we will definitely become the kings of Southern Europe that way. We couldn't inherit into Aragon, but maybe we can do with Castile. They do have lots of mountainous border that we can push France out with. And then we'll just have to have a fleet to take on their fleets. If France is butchered at sea, then they would have to take us on land. And that means castle, 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 castles, castles, castles. But given how massive and prosperous Castile would be, it's 1607. That personal union would last until the end of the game, practically. Go make me some grandchildren, son. Go do me proud. And Carlo was 12? Stats also mediocre. 9 years old and 45, 24, 27. You're not gonna make cabinet that way. Too far away to do a colony out here. We could try to squeeze one out before England, but maybe, nah. Just gonna count that one as a loss. That area. What further maps can we get off you, England? Illinois. Let's try to go further west through them. North Keewatin. I've been sleeping, man. I've been sleeping in all this. It's a lot of fur and lumber. But it's their fur and lumber, and that's gonna give them access further west and further west. It almost feels like spreading myself too thin now. .09, 0.11, 0.2. Okay. Lutheran Zealots are down to 72. So let's swap them on over for Clergy. Boom, boom. Kawa, join Bolbakna. The strategy right now is basically just spreading the color around, that's it. This is just some self-indulgency. Oh yes, the Natos come up. Let's see if I might want to change some laws for the clergy. Depends on what agendas I get. We could balance the budget! We got the magical balance of budget, and because the burgers are strong, it gives me a good head start. Mercenary Company Corps repairs in Napoli. Cathedral does give local max literacy for clergy. Gonna do it. We're gonna get balancing the budget. Bank interest. More importantly, monthly inflation minus 0.4 for the next few months. At the end of which, inflation shrinks by an extra 2.5. Max it out! Even at maximum minting, my accountants are still making sure that the inflation gets fixed. And so let's see what we got for here. Increase opinion, plus 13, and then smaller... Change policy, change policy. Everybody wants me to change policy. The clergy want me to curtail the burghers. Genoa, increase the opinion of. Support free subjects. We're currently 45 towards free subject, or as high as it can go. Okay. We don't need it, but we'll do it. Pro-Davidi's the antagonism one. I keep voting no on it. Choose anything else. 253 religious influence. Orthodox zealots getting high up. They got 77,000 of them. Mostly in Greek areas. A little bit in the heartland. Three more years for Balau. Burghers of Landneck gives us 5% support. We're not going to be getting any extra free law changes right now, sadly. But the important thing is everybody loves us again. %, support of Senato, more pop promotion speed. That's my Australian colony out here going. Population is still pretty minimal, so it'll be easy enough to take it all for myself. Such high population there that it'll take forever to actually colonize. So why not make it its own country? Come on. There's no reason not to. A conflict like that becomes less just erased over the SOPs, more push it against the people already there with their own ways and customs and nation. Maybe a future DLC will make the colonization aspect of the game more interesting. But I don't know. I feel like Johan and crew are pretty dead set on this side of colonization. A careless turn of phrase by King Luigi III Angio has greatly offended Consul Gigliadore Savelli. Mollifying him would not be easy without losing face. Who? Republic Treviso? Man, who cares? Treviso gains insulted casus belli. Or lose legit... Nah, forget it. Let them have that insult casus belli. It's just these little guys. That's it. Little Treviso. They're allied to Upper Bavaria. But they have no other protection. I could take them on right now. They got no castles, it looks like. Unless they have one here. Yeah, they got a couple of castles. So we could totally take them. We're not just going to insult them, we're going to steamroll over them. More support in Senato. Man, I'm not even doing anything with it. I'm just... Alright. Let's max out our cost of court for a bit. We'll do a couple of months to get it to 90, then we'll drop it down. There's March. And now give me April. What's France doing marching through me? I didn't give him permission. $2.67. And I'm going to keep on riding that inflation until it comes back up again. $90 legitimacy. Better threshold for pops leaving rebels. 9 crown power. How little cost of cork I get away with. If I just want equilibrium. There. 393 cost of court. Expensive education, expensive education, expensive education, expensive education. Okay. 2,700 versus 2,079. Ugh. Okay. Still making a decent amount of scratch, though. Treviso was merely a line to Upper Bavaria. Upper Bavaria's got 2,000 dudes. It'd be an easy war to do then. Still no alliance, so minus 52. 52 is pretty small. Same court language. Could I change France's? They don't got any favors, so we can't force them to change their court language. Okay. It's been nearly 4 hours now. And I'm kind of bouncing in my seat here. So, it's also nearly time to feed the cats. So, let me grab myself a BRB real quick, stretch my legs for a while. There we go. And then I shall be back in a moment. Hansel giving the cats their lunch. We have decided on this cold day that they are going to just nap the entire time over. There's a... You can barely see Onyx, but he's a black blob next to Toasty. That's basically all they want to do right now. I come back and I see that bitrate is actually being very 0 kilobytes per second. Am I about to disconnect as soon as I come back from BRB? Is that the curse? Should I have gone on BRB for a little bit longer? Because that's a lot of frames I'm dropping right now. 10,000, 11,000. Should I try the thing where I crash OBS and then reopen it under the hope of stabilizing server? Because my net is looking pretty good right now. It's not like yesterday where the net was acting up all the time. Yesterday was very definitely me. Guess I'll wait for it to stabilize by goofing around in other people's chats.
The purpose of doing that, like make fun by making them perfect, is because their channel name is Twin Perfect. It's just such a weird thing to do. Ember. Hanafuda cards. Get your friends. Thank you for the 84.
Okay, I trolled around. I see bitrate's more stable. So let's get back to the game. To our little Italy. Treviso is right there for the taking. I got plenty of stability. Stability is also giving pop joint threshold, pop leave threshold. So it's better that I don't spend my stability to take them on. But I could minus 19.73. I could and I should. I should. I really should. I'm gonna do it. What would I be getting from them? Medicaments, clay, wheat, wool, and livestock. And a couple of good cities. I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it. We insulted them, we're going all the way. Well, there's some regulars. But, they're not gonna survive for long. See, now it's counting me leading the army as me leading the army. There's no penalty for not leading during war, because I'm leading during war. It just likes to forget sometimes. Quit popping over to the capital. I'm not in the capital. Quit looking at it. Would have sent these guys over to sit on Castle Franco Veneto and then sit on the castle over here. I gotta go over first. Starving where? Who's got lack of food? The 12th Army? Not for long they don't. And that's it. That's practically all of them. That's all right. Just a few Upper Bavarians. Get the translator, more dictionary. $136 defenders. A chance of winning this assault is giving us a check mark. Let's try it. 83 days to take it. Oh, that is so fast. How about this castle? The assault is risky. Supply shortage, but no breach yet. So, most of Treviso has been occupied and the final bit of it is being sieged down. 15, 37, 42, 46, minus 30. But there's not much to them anymore. They're basically dead. Because an HRE participant is involved, we can march wherever we want in the HRE. Risky assault. We're basically gonna hold the all of them, so they're dead. This navy's not doing anything. I was wondering why there was nobody back here for the longest time. Breach. Still risky? I think these poor guys want to go somewhere, but they can't. Valentino I. Duchy Valentinois looks to be fully within us. So, it's highlighting here. And that's my guy. That's me. So I think these people shouldn't exist anymore. They got no ruler, no nothing. $1573. That's basically a ghost army over there. Could I declare war on it? It's outside our diplomatic range. We cannot send a diplomat to a country that has ceased to exist. Show me that inflation. 6%. An even solid 6%. Missing employees, 2,772 for 60 months. All these RGOs I've built. And now we gotta wait several years to fill them. Spy network. Palambang. We're trying to find some spices with you, aren't we? Spices, some tea. Does Champa have anything worth biting at? Or should I finish Sumatra? Maybe Sumatra's we'll go for. They got cloves, gold and gold, incense, iron and lumber to take care of their own needs, sturdy grains, coal, pearls, tin, cloves and cloves and cloves. There's lots of cloves around here. Some incense, fruits. The Spice Island's not particularly looking spicy. 2 more years for Palau to finish. Colony of Harangi. Alright. We'll join this to one great big colony to keep the French out. Tuamotus are still 12% of the population, so it's not completely wiped out, sadly, that we have to replace so many of them. We'll pretend that the Neapolitan majority is making a merging of cultures. Yeah? That's what it is. Food shortage, 180 dudes. Still a risky assault, but are they dead enough? Minus 29. They are the world leader. So, if I fully occupy them, it should be good. Bailiffs Anangi have earned reputation as a terribly greedy and cruel officials. The local populace is gathered to petition to have them removed. Replace the bailiffs, lose prestige. Ignore the complaints, lose estate satisfaction of the commoners. Remove the bailiffs. Destroyed an Anagni. And lose 5 estate satisfaction. Just replace them. Replace the bailiff. $7,000 monies. Buildings missing employees. Shipyards. To build over 21 months. 4 years. Sheep farms missing people, protected harbors. Lutheran preachers are missing people, good. Indecentis. I can't build a, get a Lutheran preacher, a monastery, and I can't build a Jesuit college. Oklana. Could go to Roanoke. We're gonna do this for our Gulf state here. And this colony, 34%. It's got a lot to do before we start spreading more over. It's taking a bit for the next song to load. Oh. Though it looks like kilobytes per second are dying again. Come on, kilobytes per second. You were doing so good. Zero kilobytes per sec. Let me try something. I'm gonna try crashing OBS and then restarting it. Say hello to. We got better stability now? Oh, no, never mind, there it goes. So, maybe it's not so much a matter of the Twitch, maybe it is just me. Maybe everyone in the apartment is home from school for Christmas break. Just gonna be like that? Green, we got green again. But at 2,000 kilo, back up to 5. And then 2. And then 2. And then 5 again, is it gonna be good now? We're not dropping any, oh, down to 3. Come on. Come on. You want to be nice to me, don't you, Internet? You and me, pals, buddies? Buddies, pals, BBFFs forever? Let's try it again. One more time, crash in OBS. 5,000? 3,000? Oh, here comes the drops again, so it's not just... It's not just the servers, I don't think, it is me. We'll give it a little bit. We'll see if it stays a little bit stable. It started with this... Oh, and there it goes down again. I was so hoping that this would be stability time. We're going to be seeing a lot of popful mail this season, it feels like. Every time it settles on 5 for a bit, it hobbles around back to 3,000, 2,000, 7,000, which is just 1,000 in reverse. What if my Wi-Fi adapter is just getting loose? What if I wiggle it like this? I gotta be careful, because it might take a second for the Wi-Fi adapter to readapt. See, I do that. Up then 3,000, 7,000. We got green. And then yellow. Is it just my wife? No, and then 0. After I've touched it, 0, 800, 700. Did that fix it? Is that it? Is that good? Because I'm looking at green stability now. That might have actually fixed it. Zero drop frames. Stable green 5,000 now. Was that fast enough to maintain the uptime though? Internet did disconnect for a second, so I don't think the connection protection is going to help with that. Surprisingly, I'm still looking at 4 hours and 39 minutes on Twitch. But let's see if I refresh. Miraculously, despite dropping internet a couple of times, the uptime is still maintained. I think I'm just getting weak internet on my computer every once in a while. I think it's probably a sign that I just have to spend the cash and replace my Wi-Fi adapter. But looks like we're good. Looks like it's stable now. It has been hopping all over the place. So, shall we? Okay, now OBS itself is being slow. Come on, OBS. Come on, OBS. And where's my capture? There's my capture. Oh, looks like we live again. Oh, let me see if there's anything else I could delete. Because this game takes up a whole lot of memory. And I already run my computer a bit light. Well, the important thing is things are cleared up now. Crashes are done with. So, where the heck were we? Before things started flopping around. Taking over one more castle here. Every single bit of Treviso is under our control. Surely, they'll give up now. Minus 13! You guys don't exist! What do you mean, minus 13? Have I gotta march into... Let's see, where's the capital for Lower Bavaria, Upper Bavaria? I don't see any golden colors on the cities. Province capital for there. And that's a vassal of Keyburg. I mean, if I zoom out, it shows that city. Is that not their capital then? I'd expect it to be. It's just not yellow like you expect it to be for a capital. Though I bet... Oh, there it is. They spread all the way to the coast there is why. That is their capital. Just triple checking to make sure the bits are behaving. Well, I could always wait. It's February now, so it's winter anyway. Perform Navy logistics. Gather and distribute food to coastal armies. Cool. No, don't be stupid. Man, because this boat was just hanging out in there for a while, and I forget all about it. It's down to green here, 14.54, 27. I gotta get these things back up to blue. It's so nice having this in blue finally. I should make more fleets. I got a fleet over here, but I want it to go overseas like we have with this guy. To maintain more maritime presence of the colonies. $8,000 monies, I totally could. Pinnaces have a little bit better with the, where is it? That's combat speed. Anti-pirate of 1, blockade capacity. Maritime presence of 0.24. So I'm gonna see about just 15 of these boats together. And we'll send these guys out to the bottom half of Havana. Colony Tula. Where's Tula? That's Tula? Part of Italy for now, then we'll just give you to Bulbancha when she gets more proximity. Paye. So we can't give these over? Currently considered too far apart. %. What do you mean dropping? Drop in war score when I hold everything in the war leader. -11 right now. It's March. I gotta go all the way over. Ah. Why not just go up to here? Fucking normal winter! If I'm gonna march all the way out that way first, and then to there, it's gonna be winter again. There, that's much better. Just do it like that, you sillies. Hey, bro. Trade is good and automatic trade is horrible. Automatic trade isn't the best, but once you get a pretty big place going, it's a lot to manage for every single one of your markets. How are the Reformation mechanics? I would say pretty light. I haven't tried it from the Protestant side, but it's been pretty basic so far. Natives of Balao were enthralled by the glass beads, brass bells, and cloth that El Dorado di Trento traded for fresh fish and venison. There is very little wealth among the people, and they seem peaceful. 1, glass beads, yes, we do have our own money. 2, ahistorical. Completely ahistorical. When the Antelope crashed in Palau, and what's his face saw how the Palauans lived. There was a whole lot more than this. Johann, you gotta develop a more interesting colonization mechanic. They deserted their homes one night, leaving the village to be explored by members of the expedition, yada yada yada. A small rattle made of gold buried among some fishing nets. Whatevs! You want to try to get to Lutheran Republic, Portugal. 95 plus plutocratic for republics is too much. Yeah. Trying to get some of my values up to 100. Like, I wanted to get really high plutocratic. But for all of the reforms and laws I could put, right now I could squeeze out 0.24. If I were to give out some more privileges, I could maybe get 0.4. But one nice thing about the Reformation era is that there's a whole lot of events that give you free innovative, and free humanist. And so even though, well, innovative, we got to 0.71, that was pretty easy to get. But humanist is pretty difficult. But with event after event after event, saying, well, why don't you sacrifice your clergy or sacrifice your research, or you can get humanist. Well, damn, here's some easy humanist then. My issue with the colonization game is it's very, very basic. It is extraordinarily basic. It is such a basic system that Paradox basically cannot have countries where countries should be, because they just want a basic, here's no one, fill those no ones with their someones. But it can be pretty backwards at times, because if an area has a high enough population that they're sustaining with themselves to make colonization pretty difficult, because no duh, there's a bunch of people around here living their commercial life, living their political life, living their warfare and trade with their neighbors. Why the fuck not just make them countries? They put 4 tiny countries in the Pacific to play as, but I don't see any point playing as them because all their neighbors that they should be engaging in trade and warfare and politics with don't exist. Just here, why don't you go explore? Why don't you go colonize on them? Why would I have to? We're already there. It's pretty egregious in so many examples. Like especially in places that have more wealth and population than so many of these dirt farmers in Europe. With so much smaller prosperity, so much smaller population. But they get to be countries? Honestly, half these peasants in Germany or France might as well be SOPs. It's a very arbitrary one, no matter how much they claim. No, it's for certain things. If they don't have enough of this or that going on, they get to be an SOP. But they fucking do! It's an arbitrary line they put down because they just need to have an empty palette to paint the colonization over. And for me, it doesn't make it very interesting at all. It's a very... even for an abstract game like this, it's very extraordinarily simplified. You think what they should do is there should be nations there, but you can create colonizing posts? Yeah, that could be more interesting. That way could even have some friction. Friction with the locals, right? What's a good colonization game without friction with the locals? And in fact, that's one of the complaints about this game for the colonization side. People love to do it, but the SOPs practically don't mean anything. If there's a high population SOP, it takes longer to colonize them. But there's never any like, oh, we got attacked by the natives, you know? Anything like that. It's a very automatic colonization thing with no real friction in the effort. Once you start colonizing as Portugal, you have to deal with the locals. Instead of conquering, you could just buy the slaves and send them to the Caribbean. And that's the thing, once you start colonizing as Portugals, you could basically just forget about the locals. The only real impact the local population has is... if it's a high population, it'll take years and years and years, maybe decades to colonize. because you're just feeding more of your people in until your people become a significant enough majority, and then you claim the land as yours. And if it's a smaller population area, that it's so much faster to colonize because you hit the majority population that much faster, that's it. That's the only thing local population means. If you do certain laws or whatever that get SOPs angry, they're not going to do anything about it. SOP is a very half-baked concept. They might as well not be there. It might as well just be terrain, right? They might as well be a part of the terrain, the same way that mountains and vegetation can slow down your proximity. It's basically all it is. And of course, I got very strong opinions about this, since in many cases, like in the Pacific, this is my people that have lots of activity that we cannot play because Johan just wants it to be a blank canvas. And in the Americas, there's definitely a whole lot more political activity going on than just a few places in the Northeast, a few places around the core of Mexico, a few places in the Andes. There's a lot of lush, transcontinental trade going on up and down, with goods from people down here and goods from people up here intermingling all throughout. Warfare, politics, back and forth. But nah, just empty SOPs. Empty SOPs that if population is small, then you get to pave over it faster. That's all it really means. Many people, slow colonization. Few people, fast colonization. No friction, no nothing. They do have the, what was it? The disease that pops up when you start colonizing. That could probably be. It's Friday afternoon, alright? 4 hours into stream on a Friday afternoon. That would probably be a more interesting way of producing these low pop areas if you had countries all over the place with their populations, with their economic and political and military activities. But then as a colonization process starts, then disease spreads and then they become low population from the European diseases they had no access to. And then you can start depopulating places, clearing some out maybe. Imperator Rome, huh? That one was fun. I picked up Imperator Rome when it first came out, thinking maybe this would be my next game. But given that was a lot more EU than CK, and especially the rough condition it was at start, I couldn't make heads or tails, gave it up for a few years, tried it again this July, August. After studying up on it, what a fun game that was. Imperator really is one of the, at least for the ones I played, it's got a whole lot of good granularity to it, so I enjoyed it once I actually mastered it. I haven't played with Invictus yet. I do know that it does a whole bunch of enhancements to the game. But I figured one big mega campaign of the summer is plenty for the near term. I can't devote all my time to it, especially with the U5 coming out, and it did, and so here we are devoting all of our time to this. We'll stop here for a bit to rebuild some morale first. Then go take on their helpers. How could I play without Invictus? I need to play without Invictus? That's true. But I wanted to learn the base game first. I wanted to learn the base game before moving on to mods. I feel like that way I could learn the game as the game is, and then everything with Invictus or whatever else would be enhancing the knowledge. Oh, these guys are dying out here. This is what I get for not building supply trains. Alright, stop, rest, get some more food into you. Now, they have a fort over here, but that's not a lot of zone of control. All their cities around here are outside the zone of control, in fact. For you, Invictus is the base game. The base game doesn't exist. That's how it is for a lot of people. Now, in all fairness, for my lack of supply trains, most of my fights have been pretty close to my own borders. So if I wanted more food, all I have to do is just go back home for a bit. Or occupy a place not too far away from home. So food is very rarely an issue. Until times like this where I'm fighting over the Alps, and then suddenly it is an issue. Okay, most of this guy's cities are mine. And the war leader has been fully occupied for months. And inflation's almost at 10% again, I'll dot it down in a second. Now, will they accept? 7% yes, or +7 yes. I could also do a separate thing with Upper Bavaria. Even just white piecing out with them is a -9 right now, so fine. We'll just take all their land, and then some lunch money. Has nothing more to lose, a country would disappear. Do it! Wipe them out! It's September too, I gotta get my guys back down before winter starts and traps us in the mountains again. It's probably gonna. Quickly head on back. Quickly head on back. %68%. Alright, they don't gotta worry about the clergy insurgents anymore now. Padua, Venice has a few more places now. We'll do Padua first. Gonna lose so much money once these guys get back. No! Samidata's died at 67 years of age. Died from dysentery in Zurich. I've only been to Zurich once, overnight, when I was between flights. To think I could have died of dysentery there. This is a diplomat, Major 1. Sinibaldo has 91 diplomacy. We could just keep him on board to be our assimilate area guy. You think after Portugal you're going to try a tall Italian game, dominating the cloth trade. That could be a pretty fun one. Naturally I'm playing a little bit wider because that's simply how I know. But there's definitely lots of potential with all the silk, wool, some cotton in the area. Wilbur, get in before the mountains close. Colony Manan. Join Gaspé. Plus 0.3 for the Lutherans, they really want my head. High Alemannics are back at 1.12. High Alemannics. Didn't we just kick your ass? I'm pretty sure we did, didn't we? Didn't they revive Milan for a second? After your first CK3 game and making Rome from a count you never liked wide, ruined it for you. See, CK3 is funny because it kind of encourages it with all the mechanics. It makes it easier and easier to conquer. If you want to form a kingdom, you can't just be a small kingdom, you have to expand to such a wide area in order to make a kingdom. I remember once I was trying to play in Kashmir and make an Empire of Kashmir, but I didn't want a giant empire-sized empire, you know, giant geographical landmass. Want it to be a compact Empire of Kashmir, mostly around its core area, a little bit of Afghanistan. And I basically had to play around with expanding enough to get non-de jure titles to give to certain relatives and then give them independence. Just to create the title for myself and then shrink down to size, otherwise you can't even get rid of de jure areas because nope, it belongs to you. Sucks to be you want to be small, you can't be small. I got more spies with England. Wasn't even paying attention to that. Alright, dare I see how much further out west England managed to get. Further out towards Lake Superior. Northwestern Ontario, I'm pretty sure they've got already. Wisconsin. Have they already settled Wisconsin? Wisconsin's still free, but they have an easier time getting there than I do. The economy is no victory. For CK3? Yeah, CK is very basic in lots of ways. You definitely don't play CK3 looking for depth, which is why so much of the focus of the game is having 3D Sims gesticulating at you, picking their noses, while events spend 5 paragraphs telling you what you think and feel and do. I might have strong opinions about CK3 also. Where'd the music go? If Roanoke was nice, then they'd be exploring out here on their own. But I don't know if they are. 17 more months from Bilal. And now 14,000 monies. Wild game still. For which building? Forest Village? What Forest Village? Plus 218 tax, plus 206. The book economy is truly never ending. $11,000 books, and then maybe I'll make my new fleet. And where there's books, there has to be paper. Paper workshop. So, already have a second fleet over here, building up some maritime presence, and already growing pretty strongly. 0.77, gonna be overtaking Havana's own maritime presence in their own backyard. Your constant urge to want to save and then conquer and then reset if it doesn't work out kind of annoys you. That's how I used to play Crusader Kings too, and it's kind of how I'm playing now. But I could excuse it if I'm still learning the game. Naturally, there has to be a point of time where there's mechanics you don't quite understand or possibilities you might overlook. So it's not the worst thing in the world. And ultimately, they are single-player games, primarily. So if it turns out that you do a little bit of cheating on yourself, I mean, it's not the end of the world if that happens. Well, Wombo asked us for gold. Alright. They're my colony. I'll happily take care of my own colony. Pensacola. No, you're supposed to join with Bulbancha. Bulbancha? You don't want these lands over here? We're still building up colonies in those areas. So once they get more proximity, then I'll give it to them. Maritime presence? Maritime presence has an easy explanation. You want more? And the easiest way to get more is to put light ships. It turns out light ships are the secret. For so much of the game I was using galleys, because playing the Mediterranean, galleys are the best thing you have up until heavy ships comes in. Then I was trying heavy ships. But it's all about the light ships. They got more anti-piracy. They have a whole integer of anti-piracy. The other ships don't even come close. So anti-piracy or the light ships are best for clearing out pirates. They're the best for building up maritime presence. You build about 20, 30 of them, and then your maritime presence will jump from green all the way up to blue. Yeah. Any ship will increase maritime presence, but for most ships, it's down to the decimals. Decimals of decimals, practically. It's super slow using any other type of ship. Light ships are practically the on-switch for getting your maritime presence to max. It's vital for both trade and control over the territory. Reduces proximity that's lost between sea zones when calculating control. And maritime presence in coastal sea zones of a market is also an important source of trade advantage. So it helps gives proximity and control, and also more market attraction. Or more trade advantage, I mean. So, it's worth building up. Dramatic currency revaluation. Concerned about spiraling inflation, our financial advisors have strongly advised us to abandon the old coinage and begin using a new, more stable currency. While beneficial in the long run, this would immediately cause severe unrest in our kingdom, along with revealing to our neighbors that we have disastrously mismanaged the economy. I wouldn't call 10.81% massively disastrous. It's a tactically chosen disastrous. 20 stability! No! I'll just gain the plus 4% inflation. 14% compared to 10% isn't going to be a huge difference. Why have I got high inflation? To make money! I do a cycle of getting high inflation, then dropping inflation, then getting high inflation, then dropping inflation. It's how I make up for my lack of being good at the trade game. Okay. I think I'm ready for some heavy ships. I think what I'm going to do is build some heavy ships, and then we'll send them down to Australia, and they'll wait there for a bit. We're about 3/4 through the Age of Reformation, and I think it's gonna be time to take some colonies by force. My guys are desperate for cloves, for a few legumes, for tea and lacquerware especially. So I gotta find them some tea and lacquerware. Somebody's been spilling the beans about tea and lacquerware existing. Enjoy the Stellaris, Ambro? War galleons. Have extra advantage in this era compared to regular galleons. Same cost, same sailors. Requirements not met. Shipyard, Grand Shipyard, or Naval Base. Ah. So basically, for war galleys, I can only rely on lands I've taken from the Pope, because he's got shipyard access. Alright. Thank you, Pope, for the shipyards. Kespek, join Gaspé. We'll take these guys back home for now. So if I want to catch up, don't crash, game, don't crash. It was showing the hourglass. Yalanji. Cool. What RGOs have we got here? Lots of sturdy grains, wild game. Pretty rural. Pretty agricultural. Some gems along here. $13 months. 11 years for Cascadia. Man, you got better stats than that. And annexation Noxos. Civil War again, Noxos. This is why I'm trying to annex them. They're of low value to me, but they're constantly going through this endless Naxos noble revolt. How do they even have population? Because they keep on going to war with themselves. That's just not sustainable. Intervene in civil war, intervene in war. That's the same option. I could either intervene in the war, or I could intervene in the war and get 25 opinion from them. Choose which side to intervene on behalf of. Maybe if I go with the Naxia nobles, I'll put somebody in charge who actually knows how to govern. Let's sort things out for them endlessly. Nashwauk, join Gaspé. Upgrade to Empire cost minus 25%. But we can't do that. That's a bit getting ahead of ourselves. The Pope needs to not hate us for one. So, at least one of these. We have 10 million population. We have 14, in fact. 7.5 million for the primary religion. Currently 11 million. Population greater than 5 million for the primary culture. We have 6 million. We got all the population requirement options. Prestige we would need. So, basically, we can already become an empire, if it wasn't for the Prestige and the Pope. Prestige and the Pope are the only things holding us back for empiredom. It might be worth... No, I was gonna say... No, it could still work. I was gonna say it might be worth swapping religion for a bit. Luigi and his family are currently Hussites. And I see no way to change that. Oh, we got the long man. Tolerant. So we could, for a generation perhaps, change the primary religion to Hussite. And if we're Hussite, or basically any Reformation religion, then we won't have to worry about, does the Pope care about me? Is there a papal ban on empires? We could form empire, get more culture capacity, an extra cabinet seat, diplomatic range capacity, maximum diplomats. 200 extra great power score. We're number 4 with the great power score. Where would I see the score itself? Yeah, I know that's me. Show me the score. Show me the score breakdown. Great power score of 927. Bohemia is 2 with 1118. We'd be just under tied with them with 200 extra. Forming Empire would be a huge boost. We're ahead of France. If just barely. 151 heavy ships, man. They asked for so much. How many times are we going to play this game? Of liberating Naxos for the Naxos Revolt. Die Gratia Rex. There's a state satisfaction equilibrium. I'll buy that for $1. Final city, hooray. And then we'll just send this boat back. We don't need to pick up those levies, they can get their own way home. There. Civil War over. Levies raised at a time of peace. And not of war. Next year. Next May it'll be done! And speaking of next May it'll be done... Carlo Angio, when's your birthday? August! This year he'll grow up. He's got better administrative. Mobile, Alabama. Okay. Mobile will go to Bulbancha. And now that they have proximity, we'll give them this part. They just weren't close enough to take it. English nobles revolt. Oh, take that! Devour them from the inside. And there's my little boy. I do have my message settings set to default. I've reset them a couple of times. So it just doesn't tell you when people come of age anymore. Carlo Angio, look at that handsome mug. 68, 41, 51. When he gets old enough, or when the cooldown expires for joining an Order of Chivalry, it'll be 68, 41, and 66. So let's get you married, kid. To who? The Kingdom of Georgia is the best option we got for doing a royal marriage. What about a noble marriage? Any gals around that aren't ancient? 16? With some decent stats? Starakonan. Cut from which part of the continent? Not North America? Not South America? Then again, it's not worth looking like this because any colony it would have come from would have completely supplanted the local population. So poor gal, her people got no minority anywhere. Iroquoian culture group, language. Alright. Let's marry you to her. Join our noble people and colonized people as one. And then our little girl was 12 years of age so far. So gonna be a while yet. Also, that's another expensive education out of the way. So my cost of court down to 3 expensive educations for the plus 1%, 1%. State patronage. Among some of the nobility, it's become increasingly fashionable to spend time on experimentation and philosophy. Some have begun to form regular discussion groups, while others use letters to correspond with other inquisitive minds. One such group has contacted our king, asking for patronage and support. They insist that such endorsement will bring great benefits to the monarchy in the near future. They shall have our endorsement. 5,000! 5,000 monies for 15 research progress. Hungary, you still owe us 19 favors. It's 25 favors to ask for money. What a waste of time, lose 5 prestige. Is this game programmed in such a way that you will never get events like those if you have money? You have money, they don't ask for money. You spend your money, suddenly they come knocking on the door. Okay, Francian Patriots, 73% is plenty low. Let's swap you over to somebody else. Hyalomanic is gonna call somebody else in from up there. Languedocian. Oh, that's monthly change. Progress. Catalan Patriots. The Hyalomanic's at 1.2, that is loads. We're gonna get fewer and fewer Hyalomanics though as we continue to assimilate them out. Alright, Hyalomanics is too high. That would merely slow it down, but not reverse them. We'll crack down on the Catalans for now. Minus 0.36. So how is progress in Rayata going right now anyway? culture by location. Oh, still primarily High Alemannic. But they're 1/3 Neapolitan. The progress is progressing. The game always hiccups, it has to flip some of these colonies over. What if I just see province over here? We still have our current, what is it? Colonial charter ongoing. Just to get these closer. There. Charter's still going, charter's still going. Just down to 0 progress. And the rest I think I'll let them do. I've helped them out plenty. I don't think I can explore any further in than that. And we can't do a charter over here. But at the very least, if England isn't giving us a map. But I want a map for this part, so I could get Roanoke spreading this way, and then this way, and then this way. Though I suppose there would be Appalachian Mountains of the way, which would gut their control a little bit. Best thing probably would have been doing what Canada's doing, coming down this way. Then lakes give more of that easy maritime presence, maxed out control and proximity. Could have come on down here, but I got blocked. And I don't feel that attacking England for these colonies is worth it, given the resources aren't the best. It'd basically just be for the map painting. %62% complete. Nah, let's put on more. And if they finish before them, we'll just do like we did for the Gulf area, and just give. Gonna be losing a whole lot of population over time here. And that's it. That's all my money. Turn all my money and all my people into colonies. Tax rate stagnating again. Alemannic's gonna be a problem again, so let's just get these guys going on up. Get them to the base of the Alps before the time even comes. Tolerance for all. +2 for heretics and heathens. Cool. But it's not going to slow these guys down any. Lutherans still want me dead. Calvinists still want me dead. The clergy still want me dead. The Sunni actually don't care too much. Now they're at 0.09. But otherwise they've been rather chill. antagonism, let them have their max antagonism. 40 and 40 on spies. And plenty of diplomats. England. Are you sure you don't have these middle Appalachian regions? Okay, let's Illinois then. Cahokia? And then Palamban. You got so many maps to give me. Disconnected, reconnecting, reconnection successful. What is with my internet today? Now it's fine. But I was looking at 0 kilobytes per second earlier. All while talking about elephants. You guys missed the elephant talk apparently. But there goes the kilobytes per second being rough again. 5,000 now. Are we gonna be stable, or should I call it here? It has been 5.5 hours now, after all. Be good, bitrate? You alright? Well, if it's stable now, let's get back into it then. Some incense, some pearls, some elephant. Ninety more days for war galleons. Do I have shipyards in the queue? Italian Galleass is the queue. We're almost to intelligence agency. Which doesn't feel too important right now. Counter-espionage would be nice. Monthly rebel growth minus 0.05, but do I want secret police that are constantly harassing and hounding my poor people? Faster spy network construction means more maps. So maybe we'll do a spy office. And there goes bitrate again. What else? It's mostly stable right now. %, high automatics, part 3. Wild game and wheat. Just forest village. I don't care about the forest villages. But since the bitrate is being a little bit spotty right now, maybe I should call it right here. We made plenty of good progress. We've really spread across Australia. We've almost 9 more days for Palau. 9 more days and we get to see home. But we want good bitrate stability for that, don't we? So how about we celebrate our victories, wrap it up all nice in a bow, and call it here for now. Yeah? While the stream is still stable enough to permit me. Now, we got Christmas coming up soon, don't we? Weekend might be a little bit sparse. There's a thing I gotta do, but we'll see if it's on Saturday or Sunday. And then Tuesday, we have a planned power outage with PG&E, updating some of the horrific infrastructure we have here. So it's gonna be looking a little light until midweek next week. But for now, how about we go see Macaw? He's been hungering for Terminator 2D for pretty much the entire year. And it kept getting delayed, and now it's finally out, and now we get to play it. Let's go see Macaw play yet another game he's been super excited for, this time possibly one that excites him. The